my friends. I hope you're having a wonderful, fantastic day. I hope things are going super well for you guys. I made hot chocolate and it takes like 25 minutes for my Keurig to kick in. I was like, oh, 3 minutes for the ad break? That's plenty of time for my Keurig to make me hot chocolate. Keurig can hold my purse. But chat, welcome in. I don't know if OBS is not playing nice today or what. It's being weird. So, you guys get me all to yourselves today. Isn't that awesome? Welcome in. Thank you for the check-in, Memlon. Thank you for the check-in music. Chat, I also can't read anything. I have my glasses off. Here we go. We're good. We're not good. My glasses are still smudged. Chat, I had a glasses cleaner. I always kept it on my desk, right in front of me, so I always had it. And it has once again poofed off my desk, and I'm very sad about it. Just not fun. Alright, let me do that. Chat, I did everything else to make sure that I could, like, hear things. And then what happens? I forget to change an audio sound. It's fine. It's not really, but it's fine. Alright. Boop, boop. There we go. But how are we today? How was our Tuesday? How did it treat us? Hopefully well. Chocolate that is hot. Alright. So, get out of my pocket, phone. Phone, get out of my pocket. Phone. Okay. I have, like, the world's softest freaking pants, but they trap everything. But chat, today we're doing Moogle Tomes. Today, chat, I'm in a mood. I think that is the easiest way to put it. Because I don't have an exact word for it, but I'm in a mood. I was almost chibi waves today, but I didn't really have the energy to be chibi waves. Like, I didn't want to change the model and deal with the moving, and I'm existing today, chat, and I feel like that is okay, because it's okay to just exist. But I've had a day that the people have done their best, and like, and all in the goodness of their heart, they're the sweetest people, have tried to make it better, tried to be helpful, whatever. But I've been dealing with something for so long that having to keep explaining again and again and again to different people, like, why certain things don't work and why I haven't done certain things and so forth and so on, is just like reiterating what I already know. It just wears you down, and I am tired. I am mentally and I am physically tired today. So we're just gonna be gentle today. We're gonna be nice, and if people are mean to me, I'll cry. If you're nice to me, I'll cry. If I do really poorly in Moogle Tomes, I will cry. Like, that's just where I'm at today, chat, and that's just how we're gonna handle it. I have hot chocolate, but I'm trying not to burn myself this time. I'll put whipped cream on it, so I don't want to burn myself, but I want to eat the whipped cream. I can't be the only one who does that, chat. Who like tries to eat the whipped cream off something that you drink. It's easier to do if it's iced because it doesn't burn you, but okay, we're good, chat. I'm being good. I'm being smart about it this time. Speaking of which, Doc, when we go food shopping on Sunday, we need more hot chocolate. Doc's mom gave me K-cups of hot chocolate, oh god, months ago. And I just finished them. And now we have no more hot chocolate, so I need to go get. Much yum. Okay, chat. But today we're doing Moogle Tomes. This is the last Tuesday or the last week to do Moogle Tomes, so we're gonna try to knock them out try to get the rest of the stuff that we need. Tomorrow I will be live at probably about 10 to 7 as I am co-streaming the women-led streamer awards edition showcase. It is a showcase showing off all of the games that were created by women that have made it into the Gamer Awards that are being hosted live Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern. I still don't know if I'll be live Thursday or not. We're gonna kind of see how things go. We might just watch it in the Discord and just hang out in the Discord. You know, that way we can talk about the winners and so forth and so on. If we do it in the Discord, I'm just gonna ask that during like presentations or speeches, we mainly during speeches, we just mute ourselves so we can hear speeches and, you know, hear the winners and so forth. That's gonna be my thing. And I'm going to carefully cover my hot chocolate that is in front of my keyboard so I do not lose my keyboard. Okay, great, awesome. All right, and you. Okay, hot chocolate, I believe in you. All right, chat. I'm kind of vibing, just hanging out with Maxie. I swung myself over and then panicked that I was off the screen. Okay. All right, chat. So Maxie is dancing in this lovely crafted gear that Kai made for her. And we love it. And now we have level 100 gear, which is friggin' awesome. And I have to work on my, what do you call it? Oh my god, chat, what is it called? I have to work on my culinarian and try to get that to 100 because that's at, I think, 95? So maybe we'll do that while we wait for the friends to jump on. 96, okay. Alright, so let us go do that really quickly. Let's go to the springs, do our custom deliveries, and then we'll go to the Yakoi. This way. Rice cakes! Cute name. Okay. Oh, I lied. I should see what I need first. Accessory deliveries. Ew. The railroad repair kit. What do I have? I feel like I have something prepped. Yeah, here we go. Here's 3 of them. So I will insta food. And then just deliveries. Hair kit. And then I will buy my 3. What am I stuck on? Chat, I don't understand. That's it. I gotta clean my desk. I gotta, you know what I really need to get, and it's kind of pointless at this point, but I need to get one of those like keyboard holders, the ones that used to go under your desk and you could like have the pull-out tray. I don't necessarily want it for streaming because it's too low, it's too awkward, but it'd be good for like the days I play Mass Effect. I could put my keyboard like underneath. Not really, actually it wouldn't really work because it's got the cord. Let's figure something out. But it would make my life easier. That's all I'm saying. Because I keep moving stuff. Alright. That. Here to this. Forever repair kit. Alright, now. Jackie was really nice last week and was able to give me a cool macro to do stuff. So let's hope I don't screw it up and it works. do this, and we'll do this. Yay! That's one. We're doing good, chat. We're doing good. Alright, I'm gonna do... where is it? This one. Okay, and then we do this. And then we do this. And we do this. Look, I have a macro that'll get me to almost perfect. I'm gonna make almost perfect material. Or if not perfect material. That's two. Uh-oh. Hi, Kai. Thank you for the check-in. I was gonna say rolls in, but that has like a bad connotation. And I don't want you to think that I'm saying something bad. Alright. Chad, I'm gonna play my top songs of 2025. Y'all can fight me. I don't even know what the playlist is. It showed up and I was like, oh, look at that. Boop. What? I fucked it up? Oh no, Chad, I fucked it up. Chad, I fucked it up. Oh, I'm dumb, chat. I was like, why is something not working right? Because it's not set right. Chat, I swear, I can do shit. I know how to be a person. I know how to do things. Okay. Make my craft. Let me know if the music is too loud. I was gonna have earbuds in and I didn't do that, so now I don't know. Crafty needs other crafty music though. Okay. Okay, so are you doing this button? And then we're doing this button? And then we're doing this button? And we're doing this button. Oh no, it didn't fit! Okay, well, it's close enough. But I figured, Kai, while I was waiting for people to get online, I was like, I might as well craft. That makes logical sense. So that's what we're doing. I have to do this stuff and then the daily stuff. It's my wife! Ho's looking so fucking cute! And oh my god, what is that weapon? Oh my god! Yeah, I need scripts. I can't click on wifey because I'm crafting, chat, and it's not cool. Alright, we'll do this. Let me do this button. We'll do this button. Do this button. Yay. Hold on. No, let me click on my wife! Fine, be the last one. I just want to see the weapon and those pants. But mainly that weapon. So what's the best way to get the scripts? Do we have a sort of idea on that? I feel like I did them once. I did collectible stuff. Like I made the collectible items tacos. Typically. I'm assuming tacos are an acronym? Alright. This one? This one? 100 collectible. Okay. Carne something tacos. Okay. Chat, my inventory's shit again, and I don't necessarily know what happened. Rare Fiend tacos de carne asada. Thank you, wifey. Now I can stare at your stuff. Oh, it's the Eden cane? Well, fuck. I just did Eden. If I had known that, I would have gotten the treasure coffer for the weapon. Ah, man. I love that. And these pants. What are these pants? Thwath? Really? These are the Thwath pants? They look so good. As I zoom in on the crotch, and I can't move off the crotch. I'm not being a pervy, chat. I just can't get. There we go. Oh my god, I love. They look so good in the different colors. I love them. Oh my god. Well, wife, you look fantastic as always. You once again remind Maxia that she is gay, just like her mom. All right, I gotta go turn stuff in. Make delivery. This one. This one. This one. Chat, we're at 97. Yay. Let me do this one. Yeah, what mount were you trying to sell? Last one. Oh my god, I'm almost to 98. Oh, chat, we're so close. Oh, okay. Ish Guardian thigh highs we love. This looks like the collegiate skirt, which we love. And the Scion top. Chat, I know my glams. Look at me go. Yeah, it's not bad at all. That's good money right there. Necron's Embrace. Chat, I'm so far behind in like what extremes are and stuff that someone posted a like looking for group to something I don't know what it is. It's a minstrel's ballad, so obviously it's like an extreme, but I don't know what it is. Why is my wife making dark matter? I am slightly concerned. That's white matter. But why were we making dark? Look at this. Look at this. Rainbow matter, and then it's dark matter. Why is my wife making dark matter? What nefarious plans does she have? I don't know, chat. I'm a little worried. I think we have to have an intervention. This one? No, not that one. This one. This one. My custom deliveries? Okay. Well, you're making dark matter, and I have questions. Wifey, look at what Maxia has. Not that. That one. Look at that. Look what Kai made for me, wifey. I have plumage, and I have equipment that's not lower leveled. I lost my weapon though. I'm so pissed off. I must, I don't know if I sold it, moved it, did something, but now I have this stupid cosmic weapon and it doesn't obviously work. But oh god, just beat me with a frying pan. Hold on, hold on. If you're me with a frying pan. Now beat me with a frying pan. Oh yeah. So I was gonna say I sold it, but I didn't sell it. I sold the what I sell? Shit, what I sell? I sold my fighting materia. Not my crafting. I don't have crafting materia, believe it or not. That's fine though. Knowing me, I will just buy the shit. Maybe. Nope, not that one. Nope, 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 nope. Alright. Come on, Torgal. Let's go do custom stuff. Probably not, because I don't really go to my grand company. I either put it in my inventory or I stupidly discarded it. Because I was like, it's level 100. This is level 90. It's not the first time I've done that, chat. And it probably won't be the last. This one. Alright. Torgal. Oh, 100%. I probably either put it in my inventory or stupidly discarded it. Because, like, I do that. I go through I get stuck, like, I have a full armory chest, and I'm like, okay, what do I have? Oh, this is level 90? Chuck it. And then I'm like, wait, that was the weapon because I didn't have a level 100, because I didn't have the scripts for level 100. So, it's a problem, chat. We're working on it. No, we're not. We're working on it, though. I can't help it. Oh, right. And say, chat. Say. The CHAIRO is ready. It says churro. Is it like a chair or is it like a churro? Or we're talking about food? Asking because unclear. I know, that's fine. I keep telling myself once I get to 100, my inventory is going to look so much better because I'm going to throw everything out. Because, like, why hoard level 60 shit when I don't need it? And then I'll have the weapons that, like, I own that only matter, and yeah. I keep telling myself. What? Oh, because it... Yeah, yeah. I mean, to be fair, I kind of did that. I did all of my crafters. I just maybe not have done them the way people would have expected me to do them. See, I am... Maxia is the warrior of light for the people. Like, she understands the issue of inventory management. She understands the hatred of having to get your materials to do your crafting. She'd rather just buy the materials that somebody else decides to gather. She understands your plight. Vote for Maxie, a warrior of light in 2026. Hey, what am I making? Not that. No. Society quests. Yakoi. Trailer supply. I forgot this macro is not the macro that I was given for culinarian, so now I have to question if it's gonna work. Chat, we need to hold hands and send good vibes to Maxia's macro that it will work. Oh, it is the macro. Never mind, we're good. We're fine. It's the Jackie macro. We're fine. Yeah, like that. We were talking to alchemists and I got confused. Alright, that's done. And then we have to go to the open armed. I don't need to buy anything though, so we're good. I do that when I'm leveling crafters. Because I hate gathering so freaking much. It is the bane of my existence. Like, for as much as I bitch about crafting, crafting is just tedious. And you know why it's tedious? Because I go broke when I do it. Why? Because I don't get my materials. I buy my materials. And Maxia goes broke. Maxia could have a large house by now if she didn't spend the money on her crafting. We know this. We are aware of this. Are we gonna fix that? No. No, we're not. Alright, snow removal. Snow removal. Here we go. Boop. I'm not gonna risk it. Boop. 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 Right? Maxia has used the same shield since Heaven's Ward, probably the same shield. Has had the same title since Heaven's Ward. And there's a few things that I've picked up, like in quests or whatever, that I will never use. But I feel weird not having them, like, in my glamour closet. Synthesize. Boop. There are certain things in this game that just matter. Mine was more like, it fit her lore. Like, Maxia's signature thing during most of the game was thigh highs. It was thigh highs. She had Ishgardian thigh highs, and she had her Fortant shield. Those are the two things that she had. Always. And then we've moved from the Ishgardian thigh highs to the 2B thigh highs because they're tighter, they look cuter on her. But she's kept the title because she is a proud knight for her family. And the only way I've told myself, and this, you guys are proof of this, chat. The only way I will change her title now is if I get a title through Ultimates. So the goal was, when I was trying to do Uwu, I was like, if I clear it, / when I clear it, I will change my title from what I have to whatever the title is for Uwu. I forget. Because that's what I do. Alright, we're good. And then we give these to this person. Sever hoops? I'm assuming that's a WoW item. Guys, guys, you've seen my inventory in all my games. I don't throw things out because I'm always like, what if I need it? What if this item is important later on? Or something, then I have to try to get it back. Or what if it's like a quest item and I just screwed up the quest? Oh, I was dumb, chat. I was dumb. It's fine. We're great. All right, let's do this. Come on, Torgal. We gotta go this way. Every zebra has a hoof, but not every zebra will have intact hoofs. So, my retainers, I only have the 2 because I can't afford a 3rd or a 4th. But my 1 retainer has miscellaneous crafting things that I need to actually just get rid of at this point because I was holding on to them as I was crafting, but now I just have like extra junk. And the other retainer has more useless junk and all of my extreme tokens. So like I have the totems of all of the extremes that I've done. And I have them. I'm not so anal about my inventory, chat, but I'm anal in the sense that I took all of my totems and put them for in not size order, but of how many I have order. So I think I have 33 of Lakshmi, and then it's like 32, 35, like it goes down in order. And if I add to it and it changes the order, I go and like rearrange them so it fits. Yeah, that's what my thing does. All right. Yeah, I can't do that. Guys, I have 2 levels to go. We're definitely having a 4-team stream next week, so Maxia can on stream become an Omni Crafter. Thank you for checking, Lumina. Welcome in. That's my goal, chat. I'm gonna be an Omni Crafter next week. Look at this. Look at that. 2 levels. And then I'll be an Omni. She's come a long way. What? Oh, shit. Oh, shit! Oracle saved me. Chat, is it really bad that I don't know what the story is and I honestly don't care? Like, is it really good? Can someone kind of debrief me on it? Hi, Kai! Kai turned his back on Maxia as she was doting. Dead Maxia. Rip. She's been heartbroken. She's now dead kitty. All right, where am I going? Where am I going? I give Doge, I get back in return. So it's sad. There you are. Boop. We'll just curl up. We'll just cry about it. Look, chat, I did say if you're nice to me, I'll cry. If you're mean to me, I'll cry. If you look at me funny, I'll cry. If a fight goes really poorly today, I will cry. That's where I'm at today. So, like... I'll warn all of you at the start of chat. At the start of stream. Alright, let's go. Come on, Torgal. I'm not walking this way. This is too long. Oh, god damn it. You know, it's fine. It's fine. It's whatever. No, I haven't run anything yet. So Kai, Doc said he's going to join us for Moogles. Obviously, we're going to go first because he's on a call. But he said after his call, he was going to join us for Moogles. I'm kind of placing money on the likelihood of him joining us for Moogles. He said that, and I was like, I love you, but you've said this before to me, and then you've not shown up. So I make no promises, Lumina. Nah. Where am I going? Am I staying here? I'm leaving? I'm leaving, chat. Nope. Wait, where am I? Wait, no, I have to be here. No, I have to be here. Okay. I'm so confused. Just tell me what I need to make. You know, like that's... No, don't die! Don't die! No, die. Like, no. Why are my buttons not working? Oh god, what is happening? Why are my buttons not working? Okay, so I can't heal the Kai. I can heal the fucking koala. What the fuck? Okay. No, die. No, die. Alright, make tools. He's cute. Hi, Sevi! Welcome in. Yeah, I'm making dinner. I'm making you a set of ice removal tools for dinner. Hope they're tasty. I will put in system. Chad, I've been dying to play Jason lately. Like, Maxie needs to get her Moogle tomes done. We're gonna do them, obviously. But like, this whole week, and even part of last week, I was like, I miss my bun boy. I want to hang out with my son. So, we might have to have a day dedicated to JJ. When? I don't know, but we're gonna have a day dedicated to JJ. Oh shit, chat, I never took my meds. Fuck. I think I even mentioned about like, oh, I got my meds. Right? I am still waiting for smooches and Mass Effect. Chat, I'm planning to finish Mass Effect next Monday. So, like, there's gotta be smooches, right? Like, because you can romance in all three games, and it even said carried over romance from 1, 2, and 3. Like, it's an achievement. So, like, I'm banking on that for smooches. But I am wilted. I think the title for next week is Day 7. Dear Diary. I forget what his lips feel like. Look, Jen, if I don't make myself laugh, I cry. That's what I do at work. Whose birthday's tomorrow? Oh, Alan's birthday's tomorrow. Okay. Don't forget. I need to change this birthday announcement so it goes off on time for me, but I don't know how to do it because it's not something I control. It's scary, but I wanna be a little legendary. I am so fucking glad I didn't do that. Oh shit. Oh shit. I almost did something the other, oh god, last month, but I didn't do it because I didn't have the money. I'm I'm so happy right now. It was a sign. Fate said no. Can I, without having to like open the whole thing? No. Ah! I'm gonna just close that. I didn't do something good. I wanted, so you guys know this one? Not this one. Hold on. You guys know this? Hold on. Come here. You know this screen? This screen was almost a different screen. And I couldn't, the one that I wanted, I couldn't afford. And I'm kind of glad that I couldn't afford it. Wait, what? Because I wouldn't have been happy with it. Let's just, I have a snowman and a little seagull. I will have to, it's kind of an inside thing. I'll have to private message, but I just know that I am happy with the decision that I made. Life said to me, Waves, don't do what you're going to do. You're going to regret it. And I think life just showed me that I made the right decision. That's all I'm saying. I like it a lot. It was super cute. All right, let me do that. Do that. Go to this. Scroll, scroll, scroll. This one, this one. Okay, I read your thing this morning. I like it. I was asleep last night, chat. I went to bed. I'm like totally crispy. Okay. It's rough. And then there's me that like just legitimately wants to write like with Jason, or there's like two stories that I really want to write. So months and months and months ago, I was having an extremely bad day, weeks, whatever, and I wrote a fanfic, and the idea of it was going to be 3 separate stories and 2 separate fandoms, with one generalized theme together, but the concept was that they were all obviously separate from each other, and I only wrote the one. I never wrote the other 2, and I was very tempted to go back and like finish that thought today. I didn't. I didn't have the time, but Alright. To Torg. Come here, Torgal. Let's go build stuff. But chat, I am thinking about posting the one that I wrote, because it's gonna go to a different fandom anyway. Sometimes that happens. Sometimes that happens. Shelving. Shelving, shelving, shelving. Where the freak is shelving? Why am I blind? Shelving. Shelving. It's not a wise choice. I see all of the things. I see all of the things. See, there was a story that I wrote years ago, like years ago, that I wrote that you'd swear to God it was a fever dream or I was high on something, and my brain was like, nope, we're just gonna tell you this story through dream sequences. Like as you dream, you're gonna have the most vividest dreams, and that's how the entire story was written. It was coherent, a little weird, but it was coherent. It made sense. Okay. Ah! It literally would not leave my mind, Kai. That was the worst part. Like, it was just stuck in my mind. And I would continue the story, and I was like, I need to write this down because now it's only getting worse. Oh, Jesus. Obviously, I will not be the first person you text tomorrow when you're screaming that you can hear again, but please let me know when you can hear again. We gotta pop, you know, some boobily, not really because I'll be at work, but pump some boobily, celebrate. And then on Friday when we do Baldur's Gate together, you can just have some Gale time and surround sound, you know? Yay! Yeah, I approve. All right. So there was stuff not stuff happening today, but there was stuff happening today, and I text my bestie, and I was like, I was just having such a day, and I was like, things suck, blah blah blah. And what they were doing was coming at such a place of love that I appreciate it, but at the same time, like it was getting to a point where it wasn't helping me feel any better, and I was like, I love you, I respect you, please stop helping. Like, do you guys ever know that like you talk to somebody because like not that they'll necessarily get it, but they get you. So like I went to them and I was like, things suck balls. Like I just want you to know things suck balls. And then it became this whole like, well, let's talk about it. Let's go like line by line and try to fix shit. And then they were saying things that I already know, but like they are not going to know because they don't know the full situation. They're trying to like slowly uncover things, whatever. And I was like sitting at my desk going, I love you, but you're not helping. And like, I just want to continue to cry because things suck balls. All right. And then there's this cookware. Wait, I made cookware. Deliver the, okay. So you get the call, okay. No, just I'll read all of my wait. Pretty much. I'm not gonna lie. So I was texting. Music saw the post that I made in Discord, And she messaged me and we were talking. And she's like, you should just take the night off. And I was like, no, I don't want to take the night off. I do, but I don't. And in this whole back and forth. And I debated it, guys. Like, I won't deny it. I debated just taking the night off. And then part of me was like, what if I just take the whole fucking week off? Like, obviously without Friday. Like, Friday I would just be on live on your channel. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I would do. But I was like, oh fuck, I had transport shit. Kai, I found the transport quest. And I was just like, it was just one of those days. And like, I appreciated her caring about me. But at the same time, I was like, I'm just not, it's been an awful day, chat. Let's just leave it at that. It's been an awful bugging day. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Run, child! Run faster! Look at all those steps! Ah! See, I don't like these because I get turned around really easily. And it makes things complicated for me. Okay. We made it. Take it. I did it. All right. Perfect, chat. Maxie will 100% get to 100 the next time we stream. Cool. What's the mount for this one? Do we know? I mean, obviously we know, but like, I don't know. Alright. I wanted to go poke a Kai, but there's Kai. Okay. Okay. I flew in and I was like, there's no Kai. And then I see you zoom. Zoom, 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 zoom. All right. Let us check what I need to do. Copper Bell Mines and the Hunt. Or Treasure Hunt. But I'll probably end up doing... Oh, level 36? I could do either. We'll do the Hunt, though. Oh, it's Heaven's Ward. Wait, no, it's not. It's level 70. Don't use a Dragoon for the Hunt if it's level 70. That's so confusing. That's so complicated, chat. Alright, we're good. We're Gucci. Start. Right? But see, they use the Dragoon. That Dragoon is Heavensward. So I was like, oh, I'm going to Ishgard. Even the background is Ishgard. Chat, I know Ishgard too well. But even the back is Ishgard. So I was like, oh, it's Heavensward. That's easy. I mean, it's still Stormblood, so it's still easy, but mean. uh, I'm gonna pick both at the same time. No, yeah. Yours is Delta, right? And then mine's Coppermill. So whatever you want to go, Delta 1. Okay. Because I'll do what I always do and queue for both, and whichever one pops first is the one we do. Also, is it Shatter? It's Shatter. Fuck that noise. Uh, I had to sit here and think of which one is Coppermill. Wait, I'm in dungeons. That could explain. Hard. And trials. It is a raid. Is it a raid? Raid. Delta Escape 1. Oh, it's Danger Noodle! It's a Danger Noodle, chat. We can do a Danger Noodle. We can do a Danger Noodle. And Kai has the pleasure of being a tank for Danger Noodle. Alright. Hi, Danger Noodle! Oh, I don't have Carb out. I say 1/1,000,000. That's what's in my chat. I don't know why I moved. That was kind of stupid of me. Okay. This isn't a 90s rotation. Danger Noodle, stop it. Ew. We're fine. No! Oh god. Maxia, it's the ice. You don't have your shoes on. Ah! Cool. Hi, Mellow. Oh god. Okay. In child. Oh god. Ah! Nobody panic, we're okay. We do this button, we do this button, we do all those buttons. Reset my stuff up. Alright. It should be out and then in. Chat, I keep losing my voice and I don't know why. I think I'm going through puberty and I'm just losing my voice. Hey, look at this girl go. Go, little chicken nugget, go! Go do the murder! Oh god. Yay! We did it! No death, chat. Perfect. Relic item. Did you get a relic item out of that? What relic? Alright. And then... Oh! Interesting. Did it like pop up as like the gray thingy-mabobber that they do now? Chat, Maxia has the world's worst luck, so she wouldn't think about it, honestly. She wouldn't know that it exists. There, do that. Chat, I have the fractal, the fragment, not the fractal weapon, the food weapon, but I can't decide what I want it to be, so I haven't opened it yet. Because I have the cake on a fork for White Mage. But I'm like, I don't know what I want the other one to be. Alright. Okay. Oh, she's eating food. I was like, I know the kitty was behind me. She was doing kitty things. Chat, she was so funny. She had the zoomies earlier today. So Doc and I are eating dinner, and we just hear thud, meow. Doc looks up at the table like, she's zooming. It's fine. And then she does this weird thing where she meows in threes. It almost like worries Doc when she does it, but she only does it 3 times. So like she'll go in between the doorway of the bedroom and she'll just do meow, meow, and they're almost like sad mews, but they're not because she does them all the time. And she just does it in threes, and then she stops and she doesn't do it again for like the rest of the night. But you funny. You funny. And then she likes to go in our bathtub and scratch the tub, which I Googled and I'm like, okay, so it's not terrible for her. It's not the greatest, but so Doc and I are looking into things that are kind of help stimulate her. Then Sarah's just yelling at me out. Yeah, that sounds about right. She thankfully hasn't had 1 a.m. zoomies. She's pretty good with just sleeping through the night. She's gotten like 6 a.m. zoomies. And every once in a while, she'll get the poop zoomies. Those are my favorite. Because you hear the scratching of the litter box, and then you just hear her start taking off and run around the house. And that just makes me giggle. Because like that, I'm used to that from dogs. So it's fun to see with cats. Alright. Oh, see, chat, I'm not doing any damage because I'm not being a friggin' summoner. There we go. She funny. And then she'll meow and be like, what? What is happening? Bye, Mallow. Thanks for visiting. She's like, I heard my name. What's up? I will say, all things considered, she's a very good girl. Doc wishes she would like him more. Because she sort of tolerates his presence. But he keeps Googling it and everyone's just like, welcome to having a female cat in the house. Like, you're the secondary human. It's just how it is. And like, I feel bad because I know he's really wanted a cat for a long time. But, you know, given the fact that we didn't take her as a kitten, we got her when she's, you know, 5 or 6. And she's acclimated quite well to the house. I'll take it. And like, she is back and forth with the scratching. So like, she's got a ton of fucking scratching posts, but she still likes to try to use our couch. And that's a new thing that she started. She'll go and like, she'll loaf on the top of the couch. Before she loafs, she tries to scratch. And I'm like, no scratch. And we have like the double-sided tape that we can put on it to make her hand sticky to stop her from doing that. But again, back of the couch, like my hair touches the back of the couch. I don't want my hair stuck to the double-sided tape. So I'd rather just like, I don't scoop her when she's like that, but I'd rather just scoop her and tell her no than get my hair stuck. And she doesn't do it all the time. Every once in a while she does. Oh, I don't want loot. I don't want loot. I has this. I'm good. Oh god. Alright. I'm helping! I'm helping! It's so funny. So for Christmas, I got her a little, like, toy that has, like, a butterfly on it, like a thingamabobber, so she can swat at it. And then I want to get her this, like, robot that does the same thing. It's got, like, toys on the bottom. It's got a laser, and it's got, like, a little thing that she can kind of swat and play with and chase. Because she likes those toys, but she doesn't need to, like, play with them enough. So I'm thinking if we get her something like the tether toys, she'll be more stimulated, and that'll be good for her. Now, if only I could get herself to burrito, and then we'd be set. Ow, my legs. Oh, hi. You're annoying. Go away. Guys, I'm not used to a low-level summoner. I keep not pushing buttons. Because I think I have them, and I don't. No! Right? My favorite. Hi, Judgment. Welcome in. I forget. This is the one that we like get him to go over here, right? Or we something with the bomb. Something with the bomb. Oh shit, that actually hurt. Ow! I didn't think I was close enough to it. I'm gonna die. I am 100% gonna die. Thank you for healing me. I appreciate you. I was like, I have 300 health and it is not increasing. That is scary. I don't like that. Oh my god, I'm not pushing a button. No, stop walking! Maxia, stop walking! Bad child! Bad! What is happening? What the fuck is happening? Here we go. What do you mean there's more? God damn it, Biggie! Maxie is drunk, chat. Don't mind her. She's just climbing walls and pushing buttons that don't exist. Because she's drunk. She's high on crafting food. Trying to see where Kitty went. I don't know if she went in the bedroom or if she's hiding in the hallway. Oh, I don't like when I can't see her. That means trouble's happening. Chad, I want you to know I woke up this morning and my car said it was 9 degrees outside. It was actually 13 according to my weather app that I trusted or anything because it's awful. But 9 degrees. Too cold. I don't approve. come to Jersey, Memlon. They've 100% hit. And then they're like, oh yeah, by the way, it's going to get colder. Why? I hate winter. Give me back my summertime where it's sunny and warm. Okay. I into it. Ah, shit. Oh. Oh, is this the warm one? Chat, this is where my inability to say ours comes in. Oh, crap. Oh, come on! I was out of that long before that stupid attack went off. Fuck that noise. Oh, boo. No, too cold. Too cold. See, I know it's Celsius, so it's automatically colder in my mind than, like, it actually is. Because that's, like, cold for us. Maybe, like, 4, 9, 10. I don't know. I don't know Celsius. But I know it's cold. But that's too cold. Leave me alone. I'm just a little summoner. I'm doing little summoner things with carb. Ow, you bitch. I'm dying. Please send help. Thank you. Wait. No loot. No loot. Alright. Book. Cruiserweight. How many Moogle tomes do I have? That is the question. 28. I need... I know. The fight's just annoying. 25 degrees. That's too cold. We're still in the negatives. I don't approve of that. So sorry, Memlon. I love you. I will not be going to Canada anytime soon. You can take your cold weather and you can keep it. Guys, remember, my ruling is I like the snow, but I like it when I don't have to deal with it. So that means, like, no going to work, no having to shovel, all that fun shenanigans. I just have to Reese's in my hot chocolate. No notes. Amazing. So good. Alright, I gotta do a hunt now. Yay, a hunt! You anything? No to that. Alright, time to a hunt. Stormblood. Where's the thing in Stormblood? Is that Raglar's Reach? I think so. Oh. Chad, it's it's not funny, Chad. It's not funny. It's not funny. It's not funny. All of my messages, Kai, have been about the the other one. Guys, I love my mother. I do not want to have this conversation anymore today. I am done. My brain has decided to say no. And I will figure this out later, because if I think about it anymore, I will legit just start crying again. I love my family. I love my friends. But I've reached my point, chat. I just can't. I can't do it anymore. Not today. Save for tomorrow. Where the fuck is the board? There's a board, right? Am I making shit up? Where's the hunt board? Chat, I don't know where this board is. It looks really pretty though. That's about as 180 as 180. I broke Kai, chat. I broke her. I didn't mean to break her. I thought we were on the same page, but my words became weird and I confused her, and I'm sorry. I had the ever. Here's the. Oh, here's the hump board. Okay, I got it. Bam, bam, bam. All right, so I have to do a hunt. Complete a veteran markland. It justifies the means. All right, so my hunt for today is not this. There was a shortcut, and I don't remember what it was. It's fine. We'll do it this way. Yes. Yes. 100%. And then I was like, oh, you know what's funny, Kai? I don't remember what part of the conversation it was, but I think it was right before we went into the dungeon. I was like, I think she thinks I'm talking about someone else. That's not what it is. And then when you did your blurb, I was like, that's 100% what I meant. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I failed. I'm just seeing myself out. You know, the ever-loving, the Dravinian. Wait. Why am I going to the hinterlands? Here we go. We will talk more, Kai, off of stream. Where there's no tabbing out and weird things happen. Apparently, chat, I have something for the Durranian hinterlands that I don't remember ever taking. Right. Yay, I sold stuff. Alright. We need the Azim step. So we'll go... Yeah, you know what? We'll go to Reunion. Oh my god, chat. Doc logged into 14. This is why I'm not a betting woman. I know I've passed these stupid turtles before. You? You're an elephant. You're 100% not a turtle. Oh. Okay. There's a turtle. That's not the turtle. We would be close, right? Because they're not usually far from their smaller marks. I think. It's been forever since I've done a hunt. Excuse me, turtles? Can you tell me where your turtle Buddy is? Can you tell me where he's located, please? I have to hunt him down. Thank you, turtle. Chat, he didn't answer me, but his eye contact said a lot. I don't. What, Kai? You want me to drop you on drop? I mean, that's fine. He's going to 100% like that one, so. There's the beastie! I can't either. It's fine. I can't English. I can't write it. You poke him. You'd be like, love me. Love me. Now, is the snow coming tonight for you guys, or is it coming tomorrow? Yeah. You beat me to it, Kai. I was like, I remember you telling me that you guys had blizzard conditions coming. So what is it, another like 12 hours out? Or 16 hours out? Or are they waiting for first snowflake? Okay. Where the freak is this beastie? Chat, I could have done the treasure coffer. Oh. I just kind of assumed it was automatically becoming the 12 because of all the snow. But is it? I don't know if you can answer this because you're not him, but is it easier on him to have it this way? Or would he rather just have the rotating 12s? Chat, I have never seen that before. Like, I've played this game for many. I don't think I've ever seen that before. The like face on the side of the building. That's so interesting. There is this stupid beastie. Just gonna make a wider berth. Hmm. Gotcha. Okay. See, and that's totally valid. That makes perfect sense. Where are you, little beastie? It's ridiculous. That kitty to the sits. That kitty to the sits. Uh. Okay. Chad, this is ridiculous. At this point, I might just do the hunt, not the hunt, the treasure chest. Of course, I used the wrong thing instead of the stupid asterisk. Where in the world is this? This area is also a lot bigger than I anticipated. Cause I love these keycaps, but they're not see-through. So sometimes I forget like I know obviously where my keys are, but then when it comes to what's over like an 8 or a 9, I have to look. And I thought I had it and I didn't. We're doing moogle tomes. I'm doing moogle tomes. I'm attempting to find my stupid hunt. That's taking a lot longer than I anticipated. A level 36. And then I'm waiting for you to get your ass, like, in my party. What am I doing? Well, yeah, because you didn't, like, poke me that you were ready. I've sent you enough requests in the past to get ignored. Now I wait for the pokage. Friends list. Okay. Hey, it's Donald. Donald gets a dote. Now I need this stupid treasure map. So you just have to tell me what your weekly is and what your mini mog is. And then we'll queue up for them. And then we'll go from there. Boop. All right. So I need the file. Okay. Treasure hunt. Level 36. Decipher a time-worn map and collect the treasure. But Chad, there's not a level 4 and a hunt. What level is your hunt? So it should say. Oh wait, is it a hunt or is it a treasure map? Because the hunt is stupid. I was trying to do my hunt and I couldn't find my monster. This is level 36. Either or. Okay. So I need level 36. 40, 45, 50, 50, 50, 55, 60, 60, 70, 70, 80, 80, 90, 90. 90, 100, 100, and 100. So I need this one. Yeah, it's the same one as me. Alright. I'm going to, for science, I'm going to open this one. North Shroud. Oh, fuck me. Okay, it's better. Alright, we're going to the North Shroud. We're gonna see if this works. If not, then I'm gonna Google where my hunt is. Hey, come here, kitty. Oh, need my map. No! You pain in the butt. Slide over. This way? No. Where are all the craters? They're this way. This has branches, so it goes north of your red quests. Oh, here. Got it. Thank you, Kai. Alright, let's go, little kitty. For science. Yay. Yeah, mapping is not my best attribute, hence why I tend to Google my locations. Okay. gonna obliterate this poor little dude. I'm feeling kind of bad about it, chat. It doesn't really stand much of a chance. I got ethereal toadskin duckbills. Okay, it did count. Perfect. I'm gonna take them. Sell them, I guess. Cool. All right, so this works. So you just have to get a leather map, and then we just have to find an area for it. Yeah, because it wasn't your treasure. Let's go to Gridania! Chap, he tried to mooch off of me. The man doesn't play in a bajillion years, and then he tried to mooch off me. I can't wait till the Starlight Festival comes to Gridania. Maybe I'll get lucky and Babe will be back. I like when he makes an appearance. It makes me happy. Donald! Donald! There he is. Go buy a leather map. Not Google. Search for a time-worn map and click on the first one, a leather map. Okay, now open it up like you would any other map and find your location. No, not 100, 1,000. That's worthless. Do that. They're kind of ugly shoes. Boop. Take the damn teleport. Take it. Alright, grab a kitty. Ooh, maybe Wednesday chat. Next Wednesday when we play 14 for Pals of the Dead. Maybe we'll just finish up my crafting then. Get myself to 100. Maxie would help, but she doesn't need to give assistance, so... That's ugly. Like, I wasn't gonna take it anyway, but that's so ugly. Alright, and you need the final days. Where's a summoner for that shit? I don't tank the final days. Boop. Wrong one. Dead end. Dead ends? It was dead ends, right, chat? No, the trial. Oh, okay. Boop. Okay, so it was the final day. Yeah, it. Oh. This one's even worse then. I'm 100% not going as anything but a summoner. Alright, so now I have 38. Let's go back to Credania. I gotta see where I'm at. I know I have some of the things that I need, but I still need like a bunch more. Oop. Exchange. Newest. Alright. I'm not getting those. I have Gwibber. Got those. Got those. Got those. Got this one. So I need the Red Mage Barding and the Parasol. And then I need the Elbis Torn. Oh, I got that one too. Okay, good. I wanted the Warg Pelt, but honestly, it's fine if I don't have it. I want the Hobgoblin. This one. Alright, that's fine though. So we need the Red Mage Barding. Boop. Cool. Oh, it's the whatchamacallit top, PvP top. No, stop it. This one. Okay, so she made this outfit look good, chat. I couldn't pull this shit off. This one got me mad, but this looks good. Good coloring too. Jumbo Donald. Jumbo Donald again. Maxie's like, did you miss me? Did you miss my harassing you? Boop. Chat stretch. Let's see, does this work? Okay. Yeah, see, it doesn't work anymore. That's a bummer. Here we go. Okay. Did they do the I don't think so. I think it comes in the new patch. That's not a me question. That's a chat question, but I don't think so. I don't think it comes out until at least Tuesday. That outfit looks good on Donald. I won't lie, chat. The PvP stuff has been pretty good. It's been pretty worth it. Like this is PvP, which it looks awesome on Maxia. And then the other stuff that we got is pretty good. The air gear that we got, I like. Like, is it 100% her? No. But it's still very cozy. And since we're going very soon into in between patches and the next expansion, I fully enjoy idea of the comfy clothes. No. How many things do you have, Maxia? 11,000. Okay. I should do these. I should do first walk, 1 or 2. Void Arc is 4 tomes too. That'd be good for my Reaper. You know, if I gave 2 shits about it. Chat, it's just so rough. And then once Reaper's done, do I want to go Viper or Sage? See, my issue with what comes after Reaper is because now I'm kind of ending things out of my order. So like my order used to be a tank, and then I would go melee, and then healer, and then physical, and then magical. And I had this pattern, and it was a very good pattern. It worked for a long time, but now I'm out of things that I need to do to a degree. So I could go Reaper, and then I guess Sage, and then finish with Viper. All I know is before whatever the next expansion is, I want to be able to kind of have most of the lower levels higher, so I'm not going to like 110 or back to level, however they're going to set it up for the next expansion. I don't know, but like I just don't have to worry about that because it's going to be so daunting. All right, chat, I'm going to walk away really quickly, and that means we're going to pop. So I'll be RB, chat. Hang tight. There's a Kai bun. There's a Kai bun. Hi, Kai bun. It's a baby bun. Look at this sexy baby bun. I can spell chat. No, I can't. That's okay. So what baby bun doing? What's he up to? I won't lie, the fact that the final day's eating this long sucks. I don't know if anyone's online in the free comp, but I'll ask. Oh, it's... Thank you for the check-in coffee. Chat, Doc and I need assistance. We need people for his final day run. We're waiting on healers and a thank you for the head petties. Thank you for the head petties. We're waiting on 2 healers and or 1 healer and then 2 tanks. Maybe. We might need Big Bun. This is ridiculous. I mean, I know it wouldn't be like an instant pull because it's the final day, blah blah, but like, I didn't think it'd be this complicated because it's newer content and it's not super complicated. Okay, bye Bun. Thanks for visiting. Can I see that Bun? Came up to Maxia. Didn't even offer a smooch. Just came up to Maxia. I poked the FC, but like I should know better. There's nobody online in the FC. We're not a dead FC, but we're a dead FC. Like... do. Right? Oh, someone changed clothes. That looks good. See, isn't this PvP top like kind of amazing? I would say I would switch, but you guys don't want me to heal the final day. I can't summon her through the final day. Okay, now we're just missing 2 healers. Come on, guys. Somebody love us. I love the bun. Hi, Shadow. Have fun at MSQ. If you need a healer bun, Jason's sleeping. He would come out and play, but this fucking thing won't pop. Did you guys know that if you do blow kiss, it's actually, I feel like, more sexy than dote? It's not really. It's the same thing. It just, one has a heart, one doesn't, but it's just kind of where we're at with it. Because for the longest time, Jason didn't have dote. He just had blow kiss. And watching Jason, the emo bun boy, blow a kiss was the sexiest. Yay! Thank you for my wings. She gave it to you, Shadow. She knew she was getting her ear fixed tomorrow, and therefore she decided to pass it on to you. Alright, we'll do party.
Our hunt ends this day. There is nowhere you can flee that we cannot follow.
Even stars must die.
Let's see if I remember this fight. The answer is probably not. It's purple and has purple flames, and I was gonna say it's kind of gay, but that's more my thing than Kai's thing. Alright. Alright, do this. We're good. Oh, that's bad. Don't do that. Oh shit! I was paying attention to the chat. I'm sorry. Oh, nice. Alright.
This is a kindness.
Alright. I was like, I was gonna go over here, but that's cool. Oh, fuck. I forgot the hitbox was so big, and I was like, I'm gonna free it away for what? Nope. I have freed it in place. It still sucks that you have to wait 6 weeks. Like, I get it. The attitude was like, well, you'll go in a couple of weeks, but they didn't realize how backed up they were.
We have seen the end.
Oh, shit. Which, I mean, makes sense, because if it's allergy based, yeah, it'll help clear it out. But did the nasal spray do anything for you? Because, like, I know with mine, the doctor said I had to take mine for, like, at least a month for it to start working. I don't know where I'm supposed to go. I'm just gonna stay here at the party. I stayed with the party. I did not die. Waiting for me? Okay. Oh, fuck. Ah! Ah! Hi, Ruby! Chad, I wasn't kidding when I said Maxia can't do this as a summoner, so she can't do it as a white mage. I think I'm in the wrong spot. I'm okay. We're fine. Hi, Collector.
A
Hi,
soul
Mecula.
deep, only emptiness
Yeah.
remains.
Oh, shit. I forget where to sit. I'm gonna die, aren't I? Maxie, I love you, baby. She's fine. She's fine, Chad. She's fine.
'Tis so lonely beneath the stars.
Her boots did not get dirty. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. We're okay. She's fine. Alright. Okay.
We have seen the end.
Fuck. Oh, that hurts. I'm gonna hang out with the healers. Hi, healers. You guys look real sexy. You know that? Like, real sexy. Like, I don't think anyone's told you how sexy you guys look.
The same end. Again and again.
I don't want to be here. 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 Fuck. We're fine. Sweet! I did it, Chad. I didn't die
Happiness in life.
yet. I mean, I've died before, but yay, phase 2.
There is only one place.
Where Maxie remembers even less of the fight. Okay.
Oblivion.
I'm gonna just protect myself. Yes! As a little baby arcanist. As a little baby arcanist. I do little baby arcanist things.
Dynamis.
Yep. I mean, Kirby is 100% a little arsonist, so it makes sense. Like, the one that controls the brain cell controls the world, you know what I'm saying? So, he has the brain cell, he's gonna start all the fires. We got a little blue beam on my screen. Like, he's 100% a firebringer.
Your time has come. It always does.
Am I wrong, chat? Is there not a is this it? Are we good? Am I thinking of like an no, there's definitely a second phase to this fight. But is it a whole second fight? Or is it 10% left? I don't remember. Uh-oh. Who's uh-ohs, chat? Uh-ohs.
What is this defiance?
Yay.
No. The hatred, the pain, the loss.
I want you all to remember, chat, Maxia is a combat mentor. Even though she doesn't remember 95% of these fights, old and new.
We will stand against fate.
No matter the cost.
We've been here before.
Nope.
Many a time.
Nope. Nope. This is why we don't use the free chat.
To never give up.
The hope will shine again.
Oh, I'm summoning you free. Leave me alone. I can't get my spells out because of you.
What I saw.
Alright.
This can only end in
Huzzoi!
desolation.
GG. And we thank the only healer that's left. Nice. We did sit, chat. We did sit. I only obliterated myself once. Not bad. Alright. Yes. The answer automatically, Kai, is always yes. Alright, so... delete these. Alright, well now you're my party, so now I'm gonna steal you for a whole bunch of shit. Let's see. We're going to do this one. These, because I need those for Tommy's. And then let's see, what part of my book too? No, it's not part of it. Alexander's not part of it. This is the... Maybe Francie was gonna ask to help me learn it. Nice. You has a neighbor. I need something easy, chat. I'm throwing like some complicated shit in. I don't really want to do like super complicated. I'm gonna do... no, fuck that noise. This one. That's so awesome. Alright, chat. I'm banking money. So I signed us up for 5 things that are part of the Moogle tomes. 3 of them are Void Arc, which is also part of my book. And then the other ones are Dead Ends and Great Google Library because I don't want everything to be too complicated. So we're gonna see what pulls first. I'll link you. It's curious, but apparently he's kind of known. That's awesome, though. So, chat, I did something that's kind of like heartbreaking. There have been people that I have been following for years and 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 years. And some of them I have been sub to for pretty much that length of time. I ended one of the subs only for money purposes. I ended one of the subs and I left one of the discords because I'm like, I'm never really in it. Sometimes it's like I left a lot of discords today because there was a lot that like I'm not in. I have no intention of staying in. They were like for one-time events. I have no reason to stay in them, so I left them. And plus it like I looked at my Discord earlier and just seeing the amount of Discord that I'm in, most of them I don't participate in. And seeing like how many alerts I had, like unread messages, I was like, I can't. It's overwhelming. So I left a lot of them today. And this one person's was one of the Discords that I left because it's so crowded and like so kind of intense that I was like, I can't do it anymore. So like I'm still a part of their community, but like I really haven't been active in their community for multiple reasons. So I was like, you know what, maybe I'll just sling on back. But it's weird because I've been a part of like their Discord for so long. Ugh. Never heard of them, Kai. Which does not surprise me too much, but... Alright, let's see. This one. This one. Very cool. Okay. That's awesome. I really do miss like crazy colors, but my hair cannot do that anymore. You know what? I'm gonna do it. Just my mage. Oh shit. Please let me heal the dead ends. Please let me heal the dead ends. Please let me heal the dead ends. Chat, you want to see me sweat? The dead end makes me sweat every time. Oh, done safe. I can do done safe. Hey. Look at that sleepy cat. She's so sleepy. She holds her little peats. All right, chat. Maxia is your healer today. She asks that you make no stupid choices. She wants to do minimal healing because she's gonna forget that she is a healer and that she's not a summoner. That's actually a really cute outfit. I love that. Look at that, chat. That's adorable. All right, let's go. Maxia, why do I feel like I'm up your ass? Ooh, 'cause I am. Okay. God damn it. Chat, what did I just say to my team? Did I not just say they can't die? Oops. And what do they go and do? They die. Oh, alright. That person fell off, but it wasn't my responsibility, so we're fine. One day, Kai Bun's gonna be able to do this with us. How exciting. Alright. Keep your dots up, chat. It's important. Yeah, he has to be a little bit of a bigger bun. He's still a baby bun. But they growed up so fast. It's 4 years ago that JJ was born, and now he's all grown up and visited Tyrol. Donald, what did I say about dying? What did I say? I said I wanted to do minimal healing. Ah, fuck. We got him. Almost lost our tank, chat. That was really scary. Maybe. I mean, hey. I asked Maxia, I said, hey, you see this little Ellison boy here? I like him. I think you should go oogle him for a little bit for me. And you know what? She does. God damn it. Stop dying. Me and the healer need to communicate better because we keep rezzing the same people. Kind of problematic. Only because it wastes my swift cast. Otherwise, I wouldn't really care. Hi, Oscar. Welcome in. Hey. I really said Jason would love the Void Art gear because it was kind of up his little emo bun alley, but he never pulled any of the good pieces. So he never got them. And now he's grown up and he's not so much an emo bun anymore. So he still wants them, but like, he doesn't need them anymore. We're on Team A. Perfect. I mean, I won't lie. It happens. Sometimes I'll plot a story and I'm like, you know, this story would look really good or would work really good with these two characters instead. And sometimes I'm right. They look real cute together. Oh, don't look. I still want to upload that one story that I was working on. Maybe I'll do it tonight. Chat, if you see something on an old channel of mine get posted, no, you didn't. I mean, read it, but don't tell me that you read it, okay? Okay. It's like these characters, this story in that universe. Also valid. Oh, I am slouching real fast. Chat, stop shrimping. Oh, Kai, I found an edit today. Oh my god. It was inspired off of Dragon Age Day. And it was such a good edit. I'm gonna have to send it to you after stream because I favorited it. It was so good. It was so good. Wow, my year was weird music. It was real good. It was like a cute, sweet edit, but it was, I don't know, I can't explain it. It was good. It like came up randomly and I was here for it. Thank you for the hydrate. Oh, that's on me. That's on me. Weep. Back here. Okay. See, I didn't leave mine in the crowd of people. Everybody get a medica. No one die. Myself included. Guys, I'm a healer. I should be paying attention to people's health. Nah, they're fine. Am I frozen? I'm frozen. Well, fuck me. Okidoki! Tell carb not to eat your brain cell. Alright. I'll do that again. Ow, what the freak? Ow, ow, ow. Pinch nerve. Ow, 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 ow. Oh, come on. Really? Whoop. Oh, shit. Thank you for the lurk. No, stop it. I feel bad. No, but nobody did the thing. No, no one did the thing. All right. Yay! Let's murder. I always forget this is part of it. I'ma just stand here and look real cute. Alright. Oh, I should have waited. Okay. Chad, is it really bad that I forget what my buff is? Or my block, whatever the freak we call it. Ew, the fuck? Oh, that's cute. Love that for me. I'm hoping that's cat hair that's put in my mouth. That or an eyelash. It's gross regardless. Go away, Dreadnought. You're in my way. Healing, healing. We're so cool, chat. Look at Maxia doing really subpar healing stuff. I mean, she used her big one, sort of. She used the size. Size is important. It's better than forgetting that she's got it and using a regain. Not that I would ever just do that. Okay. Look at that tiny Lalafell. They're so tiny. Hi, tiny little Lalafell. Alright, and then everybody gets a Medica to start. It's probably gonna be a raid one. Oh, we're good. Oh, we're not good. Team members, what are you doing? Or not? What the freak? Go off. See, I wouldn't have been fine if my spell went off like it was supposed to. I will get that cure out on you. Donald, stop dying! Remember, chat, if there's shadows under your feet, don't freaking move! Everyone moves. Okay, that's great. Love that. Bring myself up. Do this. I'm assuming she's going after Booyah. Does Booyah have... No, really? Booyah's a red mage. They don't have a raise, though. That's done. Really? You got him, okay. Okay, I did it, chat. Got a little complicated for a second. No, stop moving the popper. I can't hit it. I'm a mage. Alright. Go away, court gesture. Leave me be! Alright, we do this, we do that! I'm coming back here. Screw that. Can I hit you from here? No, you're too far. Okay. Oh, shit. This. Alright. I think I got this fight confused with the hair lady. That seems like something I would very much do. Alright. Okay. We're fine, chat. Nobody panic. Nobody panic, chat. Right. I'm trying to figure out why this is called the gold dance. It doesn't seem very gold dancey to me. Oh, if we're gonna try to do this... Oh, never mind. I was like, I'm 100% down for where I was doing this dance on time. Right. look. He's ugly. Don't look at him. Look back. Did he dye the cake? That's cool. I like that. Alright, chat. The goal is to heal well. Because we don't want to die during the healing check. Yeah, I don't even have Aqua at this level. That sucks. Hi, Numfighter. Welcome in. Welcome in. How are you? How's your Tuesday? You know, chat, normally I don't like when they have like the yelling macros in the party chat. This one's worth it. This one's a Dragon Ball Z reference, and I'm here for it. Because I'm a nerd. I'm good. It's Tuesday. I'm not usually live on a Tuesday. But it's getting better. It's a better Tuesday than it was before. Oh, I should probably do this. I guess, huh? Chad, stop shrimping. If I'm shrimping, you're shrimping. I can feel it. That's it, chat. That's the fight. Game over. We won. Final Fantasy 14. You're welcome. Ah, nuts. That was a bummer. My thing didn't work, chat. Alright. Alright, I want to get this up. Get this up. I feel that. I don't have school, but I have work. And I 100% don't want to go to that. I would say at least it's payday, but my bills are already paid. My paycheck's gone. I spent it on bills. Oh, crap. Alright. Chad, I think I've only been sent into this gate like once. And like all the years I played this game, the first time I did, I was like, this is new. Everything. Oh shit. Stand there? Stand. I'm gonna stand there. I'm either gonna get this. I'll be fine. I'll be fine, chat. I'll be fine. I'm not fine. I was not fine in the slightest. I died terribly. Oh, freak. Go. I was like, I'm gonna aquaveil myself. I can't. I don't have it at this level. Woohoo! We did it, chat! GG. I need that. Chat up again. Been playing this game for years. Still missing the minion. Will an 86 bring her home? Da-da-da-da-da. I understand why they do like 1 minion out of the 24, but I really wish it was alliance based. So I would only have to fight 7 people and not 23. I finally got her! She came home! About freaking time. Cool. And I got player comps. I'll take it. Alright. Do that one. And... Yay! She finally came home! Hey. Alright, I need to get the 30 tomes. So that's what we're working towards. So I can get the parasol. Because I want the other mount too, but if I don't get the horn, I don't get it. It's not the end of the world. I feel like the Elbist comes back like every so often. So. Alright, let me remove this one. I'm still debating if I like. No, I lied. No. I'm on a freaking platform. I want to stay on the platform. Okay. This one I'm a little better at. I don't like it because it's got the giant spider as the first boss, but I'm not as bad as this one as I am in Dunscythe. That's fine. At that point, I'll do my dailies. Maybe I'll sit through a freaking MSQ. Do I want to? No, but it'll give me some moogle stuff. Oh, hold on. Second chance. Redo that one. So chat, I got my PlayStation wrap up, but when I went to go open it before, it told me it couldn't open. It was having a site error. Okay. Oh, wait. Hold on, chat. I have holy. No! Stop it! Yes. It's my top played songs of 2025, and it's apparently a lot of epic K-pop Demon Hunters and some random shit thrown in. Ow, shit! Yay. I keep wanting to push my 0 for sprint, but it's only 0 in sprint as PvP. My 0 in this one is going to be a regain, which is not going to make me go faster. Ugly ass spider is fucking ugly! Ugh. I hate this fight so much. Don't bring that fire to me, man. Come on. Okay. Oh, fuck. Help! Help! Help the white mage. Very good. Yay. It was so funny, chat. My friend and I were doing this the other day for Moogle Tomes, and both of us were like, do we just fight the key knots? Do we not get touched by the blue bubble? What are we supposed to do? The question is, none of us remember. It's fine. Alright. Alright, I guess don't stand there. That's bad. I'm looking for the stupid knot. Deep breath either? There we go. Come on, healer buddy. I can't let you die. That's bad, chat. Oh shit, don't put it here. Don't put it here. Don't put it here. God damn it. I was so close to not getting hit with the sticky. All right. Toma, let's not have you get obliterated. Oh, don't look. alright, boy, I got you. Where? No more Kate. Oh, wait. There we go. We're good. No! I'm on here. I'm fine. Hey, you get some healing. We're dying. Oh, God. Stop dying. Stop dying. No, die. Oh, crap. Can I hit him? I can hit him. We're good. Go down, you bitch! You're at 0.4%! Alright, we're good. I would say I kick her, but I don't want to touch the spider. I think it's ugly. No, absolutely horrible. Absolutely horrible. Whee! Chat, don't look at Maxia's skirt. She's wearing shorts because she is a lady, but don't look at her skirt. Whee! Toma, why are you taking damage, sweetie? Tell me what's going on. Why's attacking you, Toma? I don't mind protecting you, but I need to know what's going on. Are you a sprout, Toma? You are a sprout. Okay, I will protect you because I am a mentor. And even though Maxia is the last person that should ever be a mentor in any capacity, she is a mentor and she will protect. As Donald, like, just eat shit. I don't know what he did, chat. We'll just judge harshly. It's okay, because it's Doc, and we're allowed to judge harshly with Doc. Otherwise, we wouldn't do it. Because we're nicer than that. Oh, shit. Toma. Oh, Jesus. Hold on, I got you, boo. You're okay. Alright, we're good. Toma, I will protect you, I promise. I won't let you die again. I mean, the first time wasn't my fault either. I tried. You just... You just had everything working against you. Ugh, mouse, stop it. Okay. Ooh, that's a pretty glam. I like these colors. See, Maxia can't pull off a lot of these metallics. She can pull off some of them, like the metallic red or metallic pink, whatever that she's got on for her Reaper glam. But, like, she could never pull this off. Looks really good on her. Okay. Crap. Toma! This sucks. I'm not gonna be able to protect Toma on that one. Alright. Toma! Oh, depth perception. Everybody love each other. Everybody love each other. Oh, crud. I don't want to be here, I think. I think I'll be outside. Okay. Alright, kill the succubus first. Bing. Oh, shit. Okay, we're good. Huzzoi! We did it! We do this. We do this. We do that. Get off. I'm gonna die. I stepped on it just a second too late. Oh, that's such a bummer. Thank you, Toba. I appreciate you. Alright, we're good. I don't have mana, but I mean, really, who needs mana as a healer? Oh, wrong button. There we go. That's better. Why didn't it work? I was on the green! I was on the green, chat. I call BS to my death. The first time, fine. Fine. The second time, I was on it. I moved to the green so that didn't happen again. I still got obliterated. Not fair. Oh shit, this is Mr. Body thing, right? Okay. Thank you, Payload. I appreciate it. Alright. And now we wait, chat. Ooh, that's really cute in white. The 2B tops and stuff. That's really pretty in the white. I approve. I approve. Do-do. Yeah. We're so cool. Oh. We're so cool. All right, now we go over here. Maxia, I feel like we're really close to each other again. And I love you and I adore you, but I do not want to be up your ass. Okay. I was like, do I gotta rescue anybody? I don't think so. I think we're good. And dead. Love that. I love how things in this game, like the headstones and so forth, will fall on you, but there's real no penalty for them falling on you, as long as it's not a mechanic. Ozma. We meet again. I still hate you. You're still not my favorite fight. You'll never be my favorite fight. We have a love-hate relationship. Okay. I appreciate it, Payload, very much. Thank you so much. Thank you for everyone for hanging out with me today. It means a lot to me. Totally brightened my day. Boop. Alright. Thank you for the head patties, coffee. Guys, I'm so busy like vibing with the background music that I've got going on. Thank you my wings. That like I forgot it wasn't part of like the game. And I'm going, huh. I wonder if the playlist stopped. Nope. Whee! Chat, don't look at her skirt. Again, she's wearing shorts, but don't do it. You know, I just realized like the other week that you had to stand on the platform to attack the singularity. And the only reason I never noticed was because I just always kind of stood there. So it didn't dawn on me that I'd have to. You know, if this Ozma fight goes by really fast, I'll be really happy. Toma, don't look! Toma! Toma, you're not supposed to look at it! Chad, I want you all to understand, I don't know who this other healer is. I just see that they're a Sprout. And therefore, Maxia must protect the Sprout. Because it's what she does, chat. She is a good kitty. There you go. Let's not preemptively do that. That'd be bad. This way? This way? No, it's square. Oh, I was too close. Whoa, 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 whoa. What is this? No approve. All right. Oh, come on, really? Oh, I see what that happened. Okay. Fuck. Fuck! Stop hitting me! I'm gonna die! Fuck. Toma, give me up! Toma, give me up! Oh god, Toma. Oh god, Toma! Oh no. Toma, baby, get me up! I'll help you heal! Thank you, Toma! I'm proud. We didn't wipe. Regulars in this community know that I've been in fights that we've wiped. Alright, and then sprint. Yeah, it was this lady that I was thinking of with the stupid hair in the last fight. So I was like trying to dodge shit that didn't actually happen in that fight. I'm fine, chat. It's fine. I 100% know what I'm doing. No worries. Alright, we got cutsceners. So that means Maxius shall dance. That's what she does, chat. She dances. Why is she back here? Can someone bring her more to the middle, please? I beg, bring you to middle. Oh god. I don't like shit. Why is she facing the direction? Oh shit. Can someone bring her to the middle, please? A little bit more. I don't want to smell feet. Thank you. Oh, I should have my dot up. Come on. Come on. Here we go. Whoa, 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 whoa! Look, Chad, I may not be the best healer, but I can make it work. I can do the fight. Oh. Okay. Whoa! Why is she turned? Whoa! That was a whole lot of awful. Whoa! Shit. Come on, baby girl. Come on, baby girl. Get him up. Get him up. Get him up. There we go. Alright, we're fine. And then you're gonna get that. And then we're all gonna get this. And some of this. I'm gonna waste my magic. I don't care. I need that though. Alright, then we'll do a hard raise on you. God damn it. I was so close! Well, I can swift raise at least. Go. Come on up, boy. Oh, fuck. So glad I didn't panic, chat. That would have been terrible. I was sweating, chat. It was real bad. Ew. And we leave. GG. And we skip that. I don't need to... I got player comps. We love it. All right. Yay! My book. All right, these are 1 or 2. Okay. Where am I at? Tomes wise 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. I need 8 tomes. The highest I think is 7. That's a bummer and a half. Okay. Dote. What am I gonna do? This is an excellent question. Go back to summoner. That's what we're gonna do. And then we're going to go into here, clear this. And then... Is it not a dungeon? It should have been. It's not a raid. Oh, because they split it. Did they split it? I forget, chat. No, they didn't split it. Oh, yeah. Oh, I need this. That's what I was looking for. Alright, so Praetorium is 7. Yeah, I need 8. Damn it! Alright, so what gives me 4? 3, 3, 4. I'm like, if I could do 2 4s. Alright, so we will sign up for a Fear Osiris, a Coppermill Mines, and a Hull Breaker. Hull Breaker. Okay, so everything at the end does it. Okay. And then I greatly dislike Amarat, so I will do the dead ends. Okay. Please have a quick queue time. I'm not healing in this fight though. Alright. With that, I'm going to... I don't know if we're gonna have time for this chat. I got about 15 minutes, and then I just get down to bed. So we'll see if I can pull something in that time. That's why I try to do a bunch, because I'm like, maybe we'll get lucky and someone will be trying to pull for a different fight for whatever reason. MSQ, their book, Moogles. I don't know. Sell those. Have a good night, Coffee. I will talk to you later. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. Just all right. I have a lot of food. Maxie needs to eat like a shit ton of food. Chat, I also don't know how long tomorrow's showcase is going to be. I figure it'll be like 7 to 10, 7 to 11. But if it ends up being earlier than that, I will be ending stream whenever the showcase is over. Because I love you guys, but time for me is good. See, I love these two dye channels. Like, look how they took Lisa's outfit, which I love Lisa's outfit. I don't love the shoes of Lisa's outfit because I hate the pointy tops, but I love the outfit. And they've taken it and they've dyed it so beautifully. The purple and the pink is such a cute combo together. I adore it. I want a better Reaper weapon. Mine's ugly. I don't like it. I'm level 76. What can I get for level 76? Is that still... 50 is a realm. 60 is Heaven's Ward. 70, yeah, it's still Stormblood. So I have to wait. Love that for me. Alright, it's fine, chat. We'll make it work. I'll just bitch about it. I'll make it work. It's just so ugly. But like, until she gets level 100, I don't want to really spend like money on a weapon. Actually, she does have things she could switch it into. She's got glamours she can do. falling on me. Okay. All right, Maxia, let's go. Let's go to your glamour closet because the second we do that, this thing is gonna pull. So. Whee! Hi, Alpha, you're so cute. All right. See, chat, what did I tell you? As soon as I get to my glamour closet, never fails. Okay. This is good though. Then I'll only be 4 short for 30 for my parasol. And if I can get the other one, the Alps, the other horn that I want, I'll be happy. If I can't get it, it's not the end of the world. Whee! Carby, you missed the elevator. I love Carb. Again, no brain cell. There he is. There we go. Oh shit. Oh crap. There we go. I keep pushing a button that I don't have at this level. This. Whoop. Chat, my cup still has ice in it from last night. I love it. I ran out of water and I was like, does this cup still have stuff in it? The answer is yes. Yes, it did. All right. Okay. So tomorrow, chat, I'm gonna try to be live around 6:45. because the event starts at 7, and that way we can like hang out and stuff before the event. I'm very excited. I'm very excited to watch the showcase, support women, support the amazing games that they've made. It's gonna be great. I'm excited. Oh crap! It burns! I'm just a little kitty. I have floof. Oh shit, am I freed out? I shouldn't. No, I'm Titan. Okay. Oh, crap. There we go. Now I can do damage. Perfect. Oh, we did it. Whee! Yay, we did it. I'm still really bad at the low level rotation because it just doesn't feel smooth to me anymore because I'm so used to doing the higher one, but at least it's going better than it did before. Go, little chicken nugget. Go, little chicken nugget. So there's a comedian, a YouTuber, I guess it's a YouTuber that I follow, and she has horses, and she's not the typical person that I watch. That's gonna hurt. But she does own horses, and I love her horses very much. One of them is named Chicken Nugget. Chicken Elizabeth Nugget is their full name, but I enjoy their content very much. It's so funny, chat, because we talk about like people like streamer stuff that I watch. I don't kind of really watch a whole bunch of them, but when it comes to like whatever's on my reels and whatnot, it's the same people. So it's like the horse farmer or the horse breeder that I follow from Tennessee, and it's this horse owner that I follow from I don't know where they are, but I love their content. Like that's who I watch the most, and I don't even follow them. I just sort of watch their stuff like more often than not. I fucked up. I'm sorry. Okay. And I don't even watch like their long form. I watch their little shorts. That's what I get. That's what gets me through the day at work. Their content. Because aminals are adorable, and I love to watch the aminals. Right now, she's trying to breed her goats to this male goat that she has. So it's fun to watch her joke about like trying to get them together and do they like each other? I mean, they like each other, but it's just entertaining. Go down, Biggie. Okay. Maxia, I once again feel like we're really close to each other. Nope, that lag's pretty bad. So chat, the goal is next week to do Pals of the Dead. Now I know a patch dropped the day before. So we're gonna kind of see how things go. If there's DDoSing up the ass, I will hold off on Palace of the Dead probably until 2026. So I can have like a good day to do Palace of the Dead. If we log in and there's no problems, cool, great. We'll have make a day of it. It'll be nice. But I'm also like, we'll see, because I got a notification that there was DDoSing happening yesterday apparently in the North American servers. So it's kind of like a wait and see sort of situation. Oh God, everyone's dying. Everyone's dying. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. Garby got eaten by a frog, chat. Kai, you came back right after I got eaten by frogs. Ooh, popcorn. Popcorn. We got to the froggies and we got obliterated. Obliterated. I looked over, the tanks like hanging on for dear life. The summoner, the samurai is just dead. Like, okay. To be fair, I didn't die. Like, I was doing things fine. The pull was just way too much for the tank and the healer to handle. I think it was more than the healer could handle. Because the tank goes, my bad. I think I pulled a little too big. And she goes, too big! I mean, that's valid. At this level, it's hard. Level 50, but you still don't have your full kit, so. I just want to finish this fight so I can go to bed. Kai, I'm 8 away from the tokens that I need to get my parasol, and then I just need the 30 for whatchamacallit. Oh my god, what is it called? For the last mount that I want. But if I don't get the Elvis Horn, I'm not gonna be heartbroken about it, because I feel like it's every Moogle tome that comes out. I really just want the parasol. Maxia likes to collect them. They look pretty. Sometimes they match her outfits. And then there's like little minions that I want, but they're like the 3 token and maybe the 5 token minions, so they can't be that hard to gather. Oh god, I didn't do it. Oh, it's the worm. It's the worm! Yes. That's the only reason I know how to do this one, because we did it. Can people leave me alone? Maxie is just trying to be a good person. Like, she's just trying to be a good summoner. Go down. In the butt. Yay! GG. I should have fixed my book. I think this book is part of it. Alright. Reaper. Wait. I don't have a Reaper weapon? That's... I got one. From PvP. You know what's really funny, Kai? I didn't like this movie. My friend wanted me to watch it so badly because she thought I would love it, and I finally got a chance to watch it, and I hated it. The soundtrack's good, though I wish they had audioed it up higher. Here we go. I hate it, but it's still better than what she's got, so. Oops. Chat, they gave her geophysics, and I love it. Yeah. Which is super valid. Like, I liked the soundtrack because I knew it first before I saw the movie, because I don't watch movies. Like, let's be real here. And by the time I actually got to see it, it was like on TV, and it just didn't... I didn't know if they like cut pieces out because it was on TV, but it didn't... I feel like it didn't flow properly. And just didn't... I don't know, like, not that it didn't make sense, but like it felt weird. I didn't like it. But chat, it has come to that time of the night where I must call it a night because I gotta work in the morning. Yay, work. I honestly don't know, like, I don't know if it was a TV edit, because I want to say I watched it on like TNT. So the question is, like, is it considered a TV edit, or was it just the same movie just broken up so I could have commercial breaks? I need to watch the like DVD of it and compare the two, because if I feel like it makes more sense, then it definitely was like a TV edit. One day, maybe one day. All right. But yeah, chat, I gotta get to bed. I got work in the morning. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today. I greatly appreciate it. You guys made my day a bajillion times better. I just want you to know that. I appreciate you all. As always, make sure you take care of yourself mentally. It is just as important taking care of yourself physically. I will see you guys right back here tomorrow at probably 6:45 Eastern for the women-led the Video Game Award Edition showcase. Where we get to watch all of the games that are being nominated for the Video Game Awards that are made by women. I keep wanting to say the Streamer Awards, but that was a different award ceremony that I didn't watch. And I'm kind of glad that I didn't watch it. This is something totally different. We'll be back tomorrow to watch it. And then there may or may not be stream on Thursday. I haven't gotten the full go ahead yet, and I honestly don't know if I'm up to it at this point. So we will wait and see on that one. We will be here tomorrow to watch the showcase, and then on Friday, I'll definitely be back with Kai playing Baldur's Gate 3. And then Saturday, we have an 11 a.m. stream of Code Vein. I want to fight the pole dancing lady. That's my goal for Saturday. And then there's no stream Sunday because I have D&D, and then we'll finish Mass Effect 2 on Monday. I will be live on noon on Tuesday for Stream the Halls. Wednesday we'll be doing Puzzle of the Dead. Thursday there'll be no stream. Friday I'm with Kai. Saturday I'll probably have a morning stream. Doc and I are going out in the evening. We're like triple dating with a bunch of people. It's gonna be fun. Gonna go see some holiday stuff. The 21st will be live, probably normal time. And then the 22nd we're doing something question mark. The 23rd is our holiday party, and the 24th starts my break from streaming until January 2nd. All right, my friends, I love you guys. Go drink water, take care of yourselves, and I will see you tomorrow for the women-led showcase. I'm gonna call it that, the women-led showcase. Till later.